Yes. Direct to the business of the day, our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose. Sorry. Okay, Jose. Professor Jose Ngalula. Prof is a direct to the business of the day. Our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose. I'm not the one speaking. Sorry. Okay, Jose. Professor Jose Ngalula. Prof is a direct to the business of the day. Our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose, I'm not the one speaking. Sorry. Okay, Jose. Professor Jose Ngalula. Prof is a direct to the business of the day. Our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose, I'm not the one speaking. Sorry. Okay, Jose. Professor Jose Ngalula. Prof is a direct to the business of the day. Our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose, I'm not the one speaking. Sorry. Okay, Jose. Professor Jose Ngalula. Prof is a direct to the business of the day. Our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose, I'm not the one speaking. Sorry. Okay, Jose. Professor Jose Ngalula. Prof is a direct to the business of the day. Our keynote speaker is Professor Jose Ngalula. Jose, I'm not the one speaking. Sorry. Okay, Jose. That's a nice correction. Okay, the theme for today is peace building and synodality. Prof is a Congolese nun, originally from St. Andrew congregation. She's the first ever African woman to become a member of the International Theological Commission. She studied philosophy at the major seminary of Lubumbashi, Southwest, attained her theological studies at the Catholic University of Lyon, and obtained a licentiate in theology from the same university. In 2000, she defended a thesis on evaluation of translation enterprises in the context of Christian mission. She teaches systematic theology in several institutions in Kinshasa. Prof provides courses and training sessions for lay people and religious, as well as pastoral support to victims of sexual abuse within the Catholic Church. She has been the director of Observatory Violence and Religious Extremism in DRC Congo at the Catholic University of Congo. Prof has published 75 articles, and our research fields include Christian lexicology in African languages, religion and theologies, women in theology and the church, and she is currently a notable professor at the Catholic University of Congo and at the AI Mouamafaka Ecumenical Institute in Rabat, Morocco. Let's put our hands together for Prof. Most welcome, Prof, to enlighten the audience.
Warm greetings to everyone. Chaleureuse salutations à tout le monde. Alors, pour les francophones, je vais parler en anglais, mais on va projeter la traduction française. I will speak in English, and for the French speaking, we will put on the screen the French translation, so everybody will be at ease. So I will share some thoughts on the topic, working together as a listening church. That is my topic. In 2000, excuse me. Yes, in 2006, that is 17 years before the Synod on Synodality, the Nigerian theologian Ejen Uzuku, inspired by the positive value of African tradition of palaver, calls the church to urgently become a listening church with a quality of listening that implies, I quote, the liberation of speech at all levels of the community in order to come close to the word, which is too large for an individual mouth, that is the word which saves and heals. Today, the current process of the Synod on Synodality has taught us that a synodal church is a church which listens. Today, in the 20th century, we cannot do theology and ignore the reality of human violence. Violence in interpersonal relationships, violence between peoples and nations, violence and abuse inside religious institutions, violence in the name of religion. Wounds provoked by the scandals of sexual abuse within the Catholic Church, abuse that also are present in other Christian denominations and other religions, are still alive in our hearts. Victims and survivors of human violence are numerous. They long for peace in their hearts and in their societies. But who is eager to listen to them and integrate them as peace builders? From this key question, my intervention has 2 points. One, to recall how the voices are generally neglected, and two, a testimony from the life of Josephine Bakita. One, the voices of victims and survivors of violence are usually neglected. Most of the African women theologians stress the importance of listening attentively, not only to women's stories, but also to the voices of all the excluded categories in the societies and in the church, in order to liberate their potential to contribute to the well-being of all the society. For the past 22 years, my theological research has integrated the issue of violence And I have discovered that religious and theological circles are interested to victims of violence, but do not really listen to them. We talk much about victims and survivors. We help them, but we do not ask them what they think. Neglecting to pay attention to the voices of the victims of human wickedness and violence is a reflex that we very often have. So, from the synodality perspective, their neglected voices are an experience of the periphery. To the blind man in Jericho, who was begging for Jesus' mercy for his situation, and whom those around him wanted to force to be silent, Jesus asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" Jesus considers him as an interlocutor. But on the contrary, in the parable of Good Samaritan in Luke 16, the Samaritan takes care of the victim of violence, but he doesn't not give him a voice. He does not at all listen to the victim of violence. He is not an interlocutor. In Genesis 34, Dinah, Jacob's daughter, is kidnapped while walking on the road and then raped. Dinah's older brothers decide to avenge the sister by punishing the rapist, but they don't talk to the victim to know what she feels and thinks, or discuss with her how best to punish the rapist. She is not an interlocutor. Behind the victim's back, without saying anything, they killed the rapist, who was a prince, and slaughtered all the men on his kingdom. The victim was not involved in the decision-making process on how to help her. From the anthropological point of view, deep, active, and respectful listening is an act of solidarity with the person we are trying to hear. And this requires open heart and humility. Prideful people do not listen because they ultimately don't care about other people. But humble people take a real interest to other human beings. Selfish ambition brings conflict and anarchy. It destroys peace and leaves pieces of discord everywhere, while humility contributes to make peace. Consequently, mutual, deep, and respectful listening strengthens human relationships, opens the opportunity for people from opposite sides to see the humanity in one another. It therefore contributes to heal the wounds and nourishes lasting peace between people and groups. Theologically, a listening church is attentive to the many voices and narratives of lament, protest, hope that shape our world characterized by human violence. For the disciples of Jesus Christ, listening is an act of attention and a recognition of the dignity of all human beings. Listening carries an ethical commitment to work with the others, to be open to the experience and wisdom of others. Listening at such level requires a freedom to be available to whatever the Spirit is asking or wherever the Spirit is leading. It is important to treat victims and survivors of violence as interlocutors, that is, actors, agents, and thinkers. This will empower them to actively undertake the task of liberating all the members of the society from the distorted relationships that harm our society. I will illustrate it with the history of an African woman who has been canonized, Josephine Bakita, a survivor of violence. To my second point, the benefit of listening to the survivor Bakita. She was born in 1869 in Sudan and died in 1947 in Italy. She was canonized in the year 2000, and she is celebrated in Catholic liturgy on the 8th of February. That is the day of denunciation of human trafficking. The Bakita's experience of violence and traumatism. Saint Josephine Bakita, a Sudanese saint, was born in 19th century. And in 19th century, she was a victim of human cruelty and violence through the evil system of slavery. She was kidnapped at the age of 8 in order to be treated as a merchandise sold and resold in markets many times to human slave traders. Bakita endures both the physical and psychological horrors, abuse endured by slaves in captivity. That is, terrible physical pain of wearing heavy chains, the customary scaring of breast, belly, and arm with a sharp razor, to be beaten, tortured, mutilated, kicked, and other physical and psychological permanent abuse. Because of this violence, she had to wear heavy trauma all the rest of her life. Psychologically, her trauma was so great that she forgot her birth name, and her kidnappers gave her the name Bakita. Physically, the system of tattooing slaves during her 12 years of slavery left on her body at least 114 visible scars from a stroke of a knife. Her last purchaser took her to Italy, where she walked into a rich family of Mr. Michelists who treated her without violence. When Mr. Michaelis traveled abroad, he entrusted Bakita and his young daughter to the care of the Canossian sisters in Venice. And there, Bakita began to discover Jesus Christ and Christian faith. When the Michaelis returned to take her daughter and Bakita to Sudan, Bakita refused to go with them. After days of trying to convince her, the Canossian sisters involved the civil authority, and in 1889, an Italian court ruled on Bakita's favor. From this stage, two things interest me in the life of Bakita. The first thing is the courage of Bakita to say no while she was still a slave. The second thing is the fact that the Christian faith has empowered Bakita. The no of Bakita. Bakita, still a slave, opens her mouth in an Italian court and publicly expresses her refusal to continue to be a slave, even though her last purchaser was not violent with her. This courage to say no helps the Italian court to make inquiries and discover two things that people did not take in account at that time. Firstly, slavery was not recognized in Italy, while an Italian had a slave in his house who was even recognized as a slave by the Canossian sisters. Secondly, slavery had been illegal in Sudan since before Josephine has been born. This meant that she could not be forced to return to Sudan. Consequently, the Italian court ruled that Bakita was declared a free woman and could stay in Italy. Here, the fact that the abused person called Bakita has had the courage to open her mouth had contributed to the discovery of the truth. The truth is that people were illegally and unjustly enslaved in, and no one had noticed it. Thanks to the speech of the survivor of human violence, the truth of human illegal exploitation has come out. After being declared free from slavery system, Bakita was baptized in 1890 with the first name of Josephine. 3 years later, she entered in the novitiate of the Canossian sisters, becoming Sister Josephine Margaret Fortunata. The second things I retain from the experience of Bakita is the fact that Christian faith has empowered testimony of faith and inner strength. This empowerment has at least two levels. First level, when Bakita encountered Jesus depicted on a cross, she resonated with the image because she too knew the pain of beatings and abuse. This experience nurtured in her spirit the feeling of liberty. When discovering the passion of Jesus Christ, she did not conclude that a Christian must support abuse and systematic violence in our world, but on the contrary, refuse firmly to collaborate to the continuation of abuse and violence because it is against the dignity of human beings for whom Jesus Christ gave his life for. The second thing is that the influence of Christians who choose to fight in favor of victims of abuse and violence. During the ensuing court case, the Canossian sisters and the Patriarch of Venice intervened on Josephine's behalf. The judge concluded that since slavery was illegal in Italy, she had actually been free since 1885. So, Bakita has become a shining ray of hope for victims of human trafficking and an inspirational demonstration of how a victim can recover from the trauma and become whole again. Her history also invites us to take an honest look at our own connections to the social scene of human trafficking. It's a quotation of the Pope Benedict XVI. Josephine Bakita has been canonized in the year 2000 as the patron saint and advocate of the victims of modern slavery and human trafficking because her life strongly testimony that Jesus can be a liberator of people wounded, stigmatized by human violence and abuse. I conclude. Today, it is not possible to build in the world and in our Christian communities shaken by the scandals of abuse. We cannot build peace without integrating the respectful and fruitful listening of victims and survivors, both women and men, adults and children, individuals and communities. It is precisely a type of listening where people feel more valued because they are attentively listened to and can express their feelings without feeling hurt. Such listening is really a therapeutic process. We forge human relationships in the direction of mutual acceptance and love. It therefore opens way to heal wounded individuals and communities. Such listening is also a tool for peace building because it can destroy the infernal circle of violence in order to restore harmony and peace. Consequently, the ministry of listening ought to be prioritized at all levels in the life of the church. But this quality of listening is not spontaneous. We must learn it at all levels in our Christian communities, exploiting the spiritual treasures of our Christian faith. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof, for that beautiful presentation. A synodal judge is a church that listens, that recalls neglected voices, and this listening strengthens human relationships and nourishes peace building. A round of applause for Professor again. Today, our first presenter is Yvonne Akundo. Yvonne Akundo is a religious nun, a member of the Congregation of the Sisters of St. Teresa of Buea, Cameroon. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of Buea, Cameroon, and she is currently enrolled in the master's program in the Peace Studies and International Relations at Hekima University College, Nairobi, Kenya. Sister Yvonne will be making a presentation on synodality and peace building in the context of Cameroon Anglophone crisis. Welcome, sister.
Good morning to everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde. To tell you that I'm from Cameroon, I'll tell you bonjour and I'll tell you good morning because we are both French and English speaking. And that is why we have crisis. So we'll talk about that this morning. So good morning again. I feel very intimidated after listening to Prof. And it is just so embarrassing that after Prof, you are asking a student of peace studies to talk after Prof. How could you do that to me? That notwithstanding, he has encouraged me and empowered me. So I'm longing to be like you, Prof. So I'll begin with the baby step I'm beginning this morning. I want to thank Hekima College for this great opportunity, not only for this presentation, not only for the of the Germans in when the federal system was abolished via a referendum to give birth to the United Republic of Cameroon. In 1990, the English-speaking minority voiced a dissatisfaction. And this dissatisfaction is because during the referendum, they had agreed that the two countries will coexist as a French and an English-speaking country, respecting the administrative territories of each of these two regions in the federal system. But this was not happening. So they failed to keep the bilingualism part of the country, and the minority felt marginalized, and this provoked a lot of discomfort amongst the minority, which was the French and the English-speaking part of the country. That is the colonial history of the country. What is the immediate spark of this crisis? The immediate spark of the crisis was in September 2016 and October 2016, when the lawyers and the teachers took to the streets to protest what they perceive as discrimination against them in the educational and the legal system. The two countries had their way of operating. They had adopted the French system of education and legal procedures to operate. And the British system had also the British side of the country, which is the minority, which is the side that is feeling marginalized, had adopted the British form of education and its legal system. But the French, who were the ruling party, infiltrated the British area. The government decided to ignore what they agreed at the referendum and decided to infiltrate the English part of the country with the French system. So when the lawyers and the teachers took to the streets, the government cracked down this peaceful protest with violence. And this provoked armed groups in the other region of the country to step up and fight against them. This has been a long-standing problem for almost 6 years now, and it started like a joke. Following the violence of the repression by the government, these groups came up and they were brutally destroying the population, not only fighting the armies of the other side, they were affecting the population itself. These two regions hold strategic importance for Cameroon because they contribute to the gross domestic product of the region. It is a geopolitical area for the country. As such, the crisis currently ravaging these two regions has far-reaching consequences for the country, economically and politically. What is the current situation? What is the current situation of the crisis destroyed the health facilities and the schools, and they have turned these health facilities into either military camps, or it has become hideouts for the insurgent groups. The Norwegian Refugee Council has designated the Cameroon Anglophone crisis as one of the most neglected crises globally. And why do they say that it was the most neglected crisis globally? Because it had very limited media attention, lack of funding to help those who are suffering, and it was really politically neglected. As it is the case with all crises, women and girls have been heavily impacted by the crisis. They have been displaced, they are allowed to raise children by themselves, and some women have enrolled into these insurgent groups. And to talk the list of it all, gender-based violence is widely spread, as it is the case with most crises. Talking from a lived perspective, we visited women in the bushes, giving birth under tents, under terrible conditions. We are talking about situations where you leave your house in the morning, you are not sure you will return home. Either you will sleep in the bush, or the road is blocked, you cannot reach home, or you are dead. We are talking about situations you coexist with corpses of people you don't know. We are talking about situations where you spend sleepless nights on the floor, afraid that bullet will meet you on your bed. That is the present situation we are living in. When I think of going back, I start frightened. I start fretting, not knowing whether I will reach home. And each time I call to ask, what is the situation? It is getting worse. Have there been attempts to rescue the situation Cameroon Anglophone crisis is going through? Yes, there have been. A number of them. But the one I'll be picking on is the Grand National Dialogue, which was convened by the Cameroon government itself. Moderate groups invited, those that do not demand outright independence were the ones who were invited for the dialogue. You can imagine that. So was it a dialogue or a monologue? Significant outcomes come of the dialogue. Yeah, something happened after the dialogue, but is it enough? But what is that which happened? They claim to have granted a special status to the northwest and the southwest part of the country that is feeling marginalized. But honestly speaking, is that enough to solve the problem they have been longing and looking forward to? They are asking for independence. They are asking for a federal system. Why did this dialogue fail? Because in my opinion, the dialogue failed because the crisis is still ongoing and we are still suffering. The first reason why it failed, who are those they called for the dialogue? They are not the activists. They are not the people who are longing for a solution, a separation, a federal system. They called for moderate groups. It is indicating to us that it's a formality. What was the agenda for the dialogue? It's supposed to be a dialogue, remember? The agenda excluded what we were tabling as what we want, the marginalized part. We want federation and we want secession. It was not part of the agenda. They had their own agenda. It was not inclusive. Those who were supposed to be at the table were not part of the dialogue. So was it actually a dialogue or a monologue? The parties to the conflict did not agree on its characterization. For the government, it was an internal affair. That is why it did not have enough. It was the most neglected because the government feels that it is not an international affair. Why the separatist fighters and those marginalized feel that it was an issue, a conflict between two sovereign entities. Looking at all what has happened and looking at what the dialogue has represented, what is the way forward? The synodal process offers us a way forward to this. The first aspect of the synodal process we'll be looking at that can help us is encounter. What is encounter? It's responding to our changing world, discerning the signs of the time. And the signs of the time, like the professor spoke in the morning, is that we are living in a continent where conflict is ravaging most of the countries. It's hurting us, it's tearing us apart. Pope Francis points out that the Lord is open to encounter and points to Jesus as the perfect model of this. The Lord does not stand aloof. He does not appear annoyed or disturbed during encounters. He is open to encounters. Nothing leaves Jesus indifferent. Everything is of concern to him. Encountering faces, meeting eyes, sharing each individual's story, Jesus embodies that closeness. He knows that someone's life can be changed by a single encounter. The next item, the next point that we can learn from the synodal process is listening. The first speaker elaborated a lot on that. Moving from debate to holy silence is what listening is about. We talk all the time. Listening to those who have the same opinion as we do does not bear any fruits. The kind of listening required here in conflict situations is different from what we use in everyday life. It's the kind of drop everything and pay attention listening that we might give to a friend or a family member who is in trouble. We do not need to be thinking of a good answer. We do not need to fix the other person in question. We just make safe space for them to speak. Dialogue is coming together across diverse opinions. Did my country try to do that? No. Diverse opinions are a threat to them instead. Allowing all voices to be heard. Are we able to use the bottom-top approach in addressing conflict by listening to those who are victims? The disposition at this stage is honest speaking. Can we be honest when we approach the table of dialogue and speak the truth? Can we be silent to listen to the other person, sticking to the process to the end? Because listening needs a lot of patience. Discernment is another step of the way, which we can learn from the synodal process. It is about opening ourselves to the action of the Spirit as individuals and as a community. It requires freeing ourselves from biases when making important decisions. Are we open to being surprised and to be wrong? We move, the last and the most important aspect to this process is the move to action. We can encounter, we can listen, we can discern. But if we are not moved to action, if we are not moved to mission, we've wasted a lot of time. And what is action about according to the synodal process? Synodality has to have consequences. If it is not embodied in structures and processes, the style of synodality quickly degrades from the level of intention and desires to that of rhetoric. While processes and events, if not animated by an adequate style, turn to empty formalities. Applying insight from the synodal process is the next thing. How do we use this synodal process to help this crisis in our context? Is through encounter. The parties to the conflict must accept that they do not have all the answers and listen to each other. Listening to create space for diverse opinions, including those of women. Like we have said, women bears the brunt of all conflict. To be heard and bring an external neutral mediator to facilitate conversations. Discernment, seeking what is right for the country as a whole. Move to action, which is what the most important. The application of the resolutions of the dialogue require putting in place structures that will accompany this process. And to conclude, with its emphasis on inclusive participation, restoration, respectful right relationships, reconciliation, and truth-telling, the synodal process is very relevant and instrumental to build a more sustainable peace in the context of the Anglophone crisis. It is a tool that can bear relevance to finding a lasting solution to this crisis, as it helps to make people's hopes flourish, to stimulate trust, to bind up wounds, to weave new and deeper relationships, to learn from one another, to build bridges, to enlighten minds, to warm hearts, and to restore strength to our hands for our common mission. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Yvonne, for that powerful presentation. The synodal process emphasizes listening, dialogue, and participation, which are imperatives for peace building. Our second presenter as she was growing up, she wanted to be a judge. Her grandmother nicknamed her Chepkes for always solving disputes among her siblings, Whitley and Eastleigh. For her bachelor's studies, she did literature and history from Egerton University, Njoro, Kenya. 10 years later, she went back to school to pursue her first master's degree in media and communication at the University of Nairobi and graduated in 2019. A few years later, after self-reflection, she decided to position herself to serve humanity and be part of bringing peace in the world. She joined Hekima University in 2023 to pursue her study, a second master's in international relations and peace studies with a keen interest in women's contribution to peace building in Africa. And she's in her final year. She is a mother of 2 teenagers. She is currently the vice chairperson of the student union at Hekima University College. Betty To will be presenting on the role of gender in conflict management and peace building in Kenya, a case study of grassroots women's organizations using religious approaches for peace building. Let's put our hands together for Betty. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Sister Mose, for that. A disclaimer, I'm not a Catholic, neither am I a theologian, but we are all familiar with the Beatitudes, right? Which Professor Cahill turned one into a book. You can help me finish this one. Blessed are the peacemakers. I'm here because I'm a child of God, and you're all peacemakers. I can almost hear the voice of Maya Angelou telling us, I liberate you. Listening to all your voices from Thursday up to today, I feel liberated. Professor Okori yesterday talked and I could feel the fire burning in her belly. For the women who went before us, because I find myself like the younger sister here, thank you. I could relate with what Margaret was saying the other day. I went to Nakuru High School and girls from Marymount dressed the same, walked the same. And now I understand why. They were brought up by sisters. Thank you for the consistency. I didn't know then why, but honestly, they almost looked alike. Maya Angelou once said, my mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and style. Being here, I credit it to 3 men. I'm a sister and a daughter. And as Mose has said, I'm also a mother. My daughter just turned 18 this week on Monday, and I'm really proud. Motherhood is great. My eldest brother believed in me. He saw the passion I had in education. And if money was hidden in books, I think I'd be a billionaire. We used to have a habit. I used to see him read a lot. So when I was younger, I would borrow his books. When everybody is asleep, I'll go hide somewhere and read the books. And he'll always supply me with books. That consistency earned me, for those who understand the Kenyan system, when you're transitioning from primary school to high school, I got a perfect score in English. And I challenged my son to beat my record. Unfortunately, he didn't. But that is consistency. And he gave me the tools to be who I am today. I traveled the world through books at a very young age. The second person I'd like to thank is a big brother I found at Hekima. When the call for papers was given, I looked at it and I thought, yeah, I would love to, but I'm not a woman theologian. He gave me a call, Betty, you're good in peace building. You're a woman. And their religious perspective, we can look at it. I was convinced. I did abstract sent to him. He sent me back until we agreed on what I'm going to present on. Thank you, Father Norbert. Lastly, we cannot thank you enough, Father Marcel. When I joined Hekima University College, I thought I was coming to be a student only. Our Dean of Students, Dr. Elise, during orientation told us one thing, that my takeaway, he said many things, that it's not only about classes, attending classes from 5:30 to 8:30. There's so much you can do at this university. And true to his words, Father Marcel has placed me in very many committees in this school. Some I'm the only woman there, and I'm really grateful for that. He lives what he's done and bringing us all here. Believe me, Father Marcel believes in women and he has empowered us here at Hekima University. Thank you very much, Father Marcel. I'll go to my presentation. The role of gender in conflict management and peace building in Kenya, the case of grassroots women organization using religious approaches for peace building. That's the outline. To set the tone, I will, can you remove those bits? I'll start with a quote from Sports Peace Ambassador, Tekla Lorupe, who also has a Peace Foundation. In an interview, she said this, I'll quote her, "Let us not compare ourselves to men. Let us stand as a mother and a woman and do the work from our platform. Let us not fight our men, because these are our sons, brothers, husbands, and fathers. Let us use what we have, which is the power of a woman, to get what we want done in a humble way. We work with men to bring peace." I'll go to Psalms 85, verses 10. Which says, "Truth and mercy have met together. Peace and justice have kissed. John Paul Lederach, in his conceptual framework of peace building, borrows a lot from this verse. We could go to this slide. The place of reconciliation. The next one. Yes. From Psalms 85, verses 10, we look at truth. When we look at truth, probably I'll pose a question first. When you think of peace building and religion, what comes to mind? Anything? One word? Reconciliation? What else? Okay, let's go through this. Truth, acknowledgement, transparency, revelations, and clarity. We look, reconciliation is right in the middle there. Then we have mercy. That is acceptance, forgiveness, support, compassion, and healing. We've got justice, equality, right relationships, making things right, restitution. And then we also have peace, which is harmony, unity, well-being, security, and respect. As peace builders, we borrow heavily from religion. And that's why Psalms 85 verses 10, truth and mercy have met together, peace and justice have kissed, is very key in our field. Brief introduction. What is conflict management? It's a process of identifying, addressing, and resolving conflict in a constructive manner, involving the understanding of the source of conflict, as the presenter before me has talked about, selecting appropriate resolution strategies and implementing them effectively. Those words are well chosen. And peace building, what is peace building? It's the process of promoting social, economic, and political conditions that foster peaceful coexistence and prevent violent conflicts from arising. It's a holistic approach to building sustainable peace, which includes addressing the root cause of conflicts, promoting reconciliation and healing, and establishing a shared vision for peaceful future. That's according to Lederach. Peace building could involve community dialogues, conflict transformation, workshops, promotion of human rights and social justice, which sisters have been involved in, and also the priests. Why gender? It's true that men and women experience conflict differently, and we have unique perspectives and contributions to the peace process. We've got a high level, middle level, and grassroots level of being involved. So in each level, I see women fit in. Whether you're in high level, you can still fit into the grassroots level or the middle levels. When women participate in peace negotiation, we bring a different perspective to the table. And in Kenya, women's organizations have played critical roles, which will be the focus of my paper, in conflict management and peace building, especially during the post-election violence in 2007, 2008. They were involved in promoting peace, reconciliation during that time. And we had women sit at the high level. We had Martha Karua and Sally Kosgei sitting with Kofi Annan during that time. I'll gloss over this, the root causes of conflict in Kenya. We've got structural violence. We've got historical issues, that's the ethnic groups. We've got political disputes where they come and manifest. We've got land issues. We were having a conversation with someone the other day, like, at least Kenya, we've progressed a little bit. The law allows women to own land, but what about the culture? How is the implementation bit? It's a discussion for another day. I can tell my story, but we can discuss it another day. We've progressed, yes. We are allowed by the law to own land as women. But what does our patriarchal society, how does it help us enable or disable that in owning property? The actors in the violence were the political leaders, we've got ethnic militia, and currently in Kenya, we also have we've got cattle rustling going on in Kapenguria and around Baringo area. Go next. Next. Where else has it worked? Preparing for this paper was really exciting. I read so many things about the women, what women have contributed, and what we could borrow from each other. Listening to Getoi the other day, I remember growing up, my mother used to have the chama. It was for economic, psychological, and also a social bit. They'll meet every month in each house. They come, bring in what they have, buy for each other. They talk and, they build each other. Same case I can borrow from Philippines, Liberia, Nicaragua, Mozambique, and Rwanda. You see, in Liberia, the women came together and their voices were heard. My most interesting bit of the Liberia was when the UN and the government were unable to disarm, and they had to go back to the women. What did the women do? They went and pleaded with the young boys, and they were able to have them return the illegal programs across multiple counties, RWPL, I found it as a very good problem. Why? Because we need more women. The fact that they are expanding and there's a bigger geographical space to be handled from Eldoret, that means we need more women in that space. To me, that looks like a very good challenge, which we can all participate in. And then there's difficulty in maintaining political neutrality while actively promoting women participation in governance. Politics is not innocent, and being in that field is not easy, and yet you have to maintain your neutrality for relevance. In conclusion, the intricate interplay of gender, religion, and peace building in Kenya, particularly through the lenses of grassroots women's organization, illustrates the transformative potential inherent in community-driven initiatives. In Kenya, showcases the resilience and agency of grassroots women, demonstrate that their initiatives not only contribute to local transformation, but also resonates with global conversation on the inclusive and gender-sensitive approaches needed for sustainable peace. As Kenya navigates its socio-political landscape, this grassroots effort stands as beacon of hope, embodying the potential for positive change grounded in the principle of justice, equality, community empowerment. Psalms 85:10, we still go back. My recommendation, very quickly, I know my time is up, is for COPA, they need to diversify funding sources. And having been in the banking sector for many years, I can tell you for free, there's a lot of funding for women and women projects. Developing sensitization programs for interfaith dialogue, adopting community-centric approach to address cultural barriers, establishing mechanism for long-term impact assessment. For RWPR, my recommendations would be strengthening local partnership, intensifying advocacy effort to overcome cultural resistance, transparently communicating political neutrality, designing inclusive programs, and developing adaptive strategies for navigating dynamic sociopolitical contexts. These measures will aim to enhance financial stability, foster inclusivity, and ensure sustained effectiveness in peace-building initiatives for both organizations. I started with thanking three big brothers who've been very influential in my life, and I'll end with a quote from Kofi Annan, the UN Secretary General in 2003. He said this: we can read together. We can no longer afford to minimize or contributions of women and girls to all stages of conflict resolution, peacemaking, peace building, peacekeeping, and reconstruction process. Sustainable peace will not be achieved without the full. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Betty, for that powerful presentation. The women participation in peace building cannot be ignored. As one of our presenters said, you ignore women, you ignore them at your own detriment. Our next presenter is Elaine Oyongo Ononino. I hope I pronounced properly. Elaine is a civil servant working with the Youth and Animation Advisory in Cameroon. She is married and she is a mother. She is devoted to the service of the church as a catechist, spiritual directress, and a leader of the Ignatian Group and Pope's Worldwide Prayer Network. She is currently a doctoral student of Bible at the Catholic University of Central Africa, Yaoundé, Cameroon. Please help me welcome Elaine to make her presentation.
Warm greetings to all. Bonjour à tous. I will speak in French because when you want to say deep thing, you have to speak with language you are in aise. Yes. Alors, je voudrais d'abord exprimer une profonde gratitude à tous ceux qui m'ont permis d'être ici aujourd'hui, parce que c'est un grand privilège. Toutes les personnes qui m'ont mis en contact avec l'Institut Hekima College, toute la fondation qui est derrière, pour me permettre de faire ma formation doctorale au Cameroun. Et puis, tous ceux qui m'ont accueilli ici, là, l'organisation qui est impeccable. Je dors bien, je mange bien, je suis très bien traitée. Vraiment, merci beaucoup. Merci du fond du cœur. Alors, j'aurais voulu que le thème soit mis, mais je crois que c'est bloqué au niveau de l'introduction. OK, merci. Alors, je vais présenter en français, je vais parler en français, mais ce qui vous sera donné sera en anglais pour que la majorité puisse suivre. Témoins de l'Évangile, elles se fondent sur leur foi pour mettre en œuvre des entreprises transformatrices. Le sous-thème 2 initial, Gospel Witnesses Grounded in Faith and Highlighting Transformative Enterprises, se traduirait littéralement en témoins de l'Évangile, ancrés ou fondés dans la foi et mettant en avant les entreprises transformatrices. La traduction est un art qui obéit à des règles et une bonne traduction doit favoriser la compréhension du texte. C'est pour ça que j'ai reformulé un peu ce titre-là, ce thème, et je dis « Témoins de l'Évangile ». Elles se fondent sur leur foi pour mettre en œuvre des entreprises transformatrices. Et elles, ici, je parle des théologiennes, des femmes. Et puis, je vais, tout à l'heure, dans mon propos, vous verrez que pour moi, les femmes théologiennes ne sont pas seulement celles qui sont ici diplômées, mais celles-là qui œuvrent qui œuvrent dans leur vie ordinaire pour témoigner de leur foi. Alors, mon introduction présentera et donnera l'importance du thème et du sous-thème. Nous avons déjà entendu dans les jours précédents les définitions sur le synode, la synodalité. Je vais aussi donner la définition qui colle le mieux avec ce que je veux développer. Le mot synode vient du grec synodos, qui signifie une route parcourue ensemble. La synodalité est donc un processus durant lequel on écoute et discerne la volonté de Dieu pour l'Église de ce temps, en impliquant la totalité des baptisés. Et la volonté de Dieu, comme le décrit Saint Jean dans son évangile au chapitre 6, verset 40, il dit « La volonté de mon Père, c'est que quiconque voit le Fils et croit en lui ait la vie éternelle, et je le ressusciterai au dernier jour. » La synodalité est aussi la participation de l'ensemble des baptisés, clercs et laïcs, à la vie de l'Église. Dans ce processus d'écoute, de discernement et de participation, les femmes théologiennes africaines jouent un rôle important dans la diffusion de cette volonté de Dieu, de son évangile et dans la transformation de la société. Elles se fondent donc sur leur foi en Jésus-Christ pour mettre en œuvre des entreprises transformatrices. Pour traiter de cette question, nous avons utilisé le texte biblique. Je suis bibliste, je suis en train de faire Bible, le magistère, des manuels, des ouvrages, des périodiques et Internet. La méthode d'investigation a été un entretien avec une congrégation locale camerounaise, ce qui a conduit à élaborer un exposé en 2 grands points. D'une part, la situation des femmes en Afrique et les défis auxquels elles sont confrontées. Et d'autre part, les entreprises transformatrices qu'elles mettent en œuvre. Alors, grand 1, la situation des femmes en Afrique et les défis auxquels elles sont confrontées. Nous le savons bien, la nature de la femme est telle que Dieu l'a créée, est plus douce, plus sensible. Et les livres d'Isaïe au chapitre 49, verset 15, ou alors l'évangile de Saint Matthieu au chapitre 19, verset 8, nous le disent. C'est donc pourquoi la bousculée. Tout à l'heure, j'ai entendu ma compatriote bousculer. On est ému, on est touché. Et c'est aussi la femme qui est utilisée dans les cas de scandale. Parce que, compte tenu de cette nature-là, d'où la nécessité de multiplier des entreprises qui favorisent son épanouissement pour le meilleur être des communautés. 1.1. État des lieux. La sous-scolarisation. Je vais citer comme ça quelques éléments qui ont déjà été dits par ailleurs par les précédents conférenciers. La précarité, conséquence majeure du traitement inégal des garçons et des filles dans l'éducation au sein des familles à la base. C'est dans nos familles que cela part, cette discrimination. Et dans le monde du travail ensuite. Donc, d'une manière générale, l'Afrique compte très peu de théologiennes diplômées. Et la quasi-totalité de celles qui le sont des consacrées. Moi, depuis que je suis là, j'ai plus l'impression d'être à une conférence des supérieurs majeurs, plutôt que d'être à une conférence des théologiennes africaines. Je suis venue en me disant, j'espère que je vais découvrir, je vais connaître, je vais faire connaissance des théologiennes africaines laïques, qui sont mariées comme moi ou non, qui ont des enfants et qui vivent une vie différente parce que, je dis toujours, la vie consacrée, c'est très bien organisé. Mais nous qui sommes dans la vie dans le monde, c'est difficile. C'est terriblement difficile. Alors là, quand je suis là, je me dis, je veux savoir, elles sont où? Je suis venue en me disant, quand je vais repartir, déjà, ce sera ça ma conclusion. Je vais repartir ici en sachant que je connais toutes les théologiennes camerounaises et que l'association sera effectivement parce que je vais m'y mettre. Déjà, j'ai commencé à m'y mettre, mais je voulais qu'en partant d'ici, ce soit effectif. Donc, je disais, la totalité de celles qui sont théologiennes sont consacrées. Et les actions qu'elles mènent sont dictées et limitées, je veux souligner le mot limité, par leur congrégation, qui réalisent en réalité leur propre charisme, issu des problèmes qui se posaient à l'époque de leur fondation et pour la plupart centenaires, et non par la réalité des problèmes actuels. L'évolution du monde, nous le savons, a fait naître de nouveaux problèmes, de nouveaux défis qui nécessitent la création ou la recréation ou refondation de nouvelles congrégations ou œuvres. Ce mot recréation, refondation, je l'ai appris dans le réseau mondial de prière du pape, qui à l'époque, qui est initialement l'apostolat de la prière et qui a dû être recréé, refondé pour pouvoir répondre aux besoins réels actuels. Alors, quelques défis au Kenya, au Cameroun. Je me suis dit, si je viens à une conférence africaine, je ne peux pas seulement parler du Cameroun, il faudrait bien que je vois ce qui se passe au moins dans le pays qui m'accueille, le pays hôte. Au Kenya, et j'étais contente qu'il y ait une Kenyane qui est passée avant et qui a dit plein de choses intéressantes dans ce sens. La lutte contre les violences sexistes, les rivalités intra- et interethniques dans les comtés du nord du pays. Au Cameroun, la lutte contre la corruption et l'injustice sur l'ensemble du territoire et contre les conflits armés à l'extrême nord, Boko Haram, au nord-ouest et au sud-ouest du pays, les Ambazoniens du Nozo. Donc, la sœur, la première, a décrit tout à l'heure. Alors, je vais comme ça dans la deuxième partie pour dire, face à ces défis, les femmes doivent se fonder sur le dépôt de la foi et pour créer des entreprises qui vont pouvoir permettre de répondre à ces défis-là. Donc, grand 2, le dépôt de la foi et les entreprises transformatrices. 2.1, les fondements de la foi catholique. Le dépôt de la foi catholique est l'ensemble des données de la foi reçues de la révélation, qui s'incarnent dans les symboles de la foi contenus dans le credo que l'Église conserve et transmet à toutes les générations et que nous pouvons retrouver dans le compendium du catéchisme de l'Église catholique au numéro 33 à 35. Le dépôt de la foi intangible dans son fond s'exprime et se développe non pas en inventant de nouvelles vérités, mais en découvrant des aspects nouveaux déjà contenus dans la révélation du Christ. Et pour moi, c'est important. On dit souvent on ne crée rien, tout est déjà là. Mais il y a des aspects qu'on doit pouvoir découvrir pour pouvoir résoudre les problèmes qui se posent à nous. C'est pourquoi les œuvres nouvelles qui répondent aux besoins des peuples naissent au fil des siècles. Des entreprises transformatrices. 2.1, les femmes théologiennes kenyanes et la promotion de la paix et de la réconciliation. Avant de parler des œuvres kenyanes, définissons d'abord le concept de théologie. Entre autres définitions, le dictionnaire Larousse définit la théologie comme la science qui a pour objet les choses divines, les dogmes et les préceptes religieux. Un objet, c'est ce qui se présente à la vue. Je peux voir. À l'esprit, je peux penser. Qui affecte les sens. On parle alors d'objet de réflexion. C'est aussi une chose dans un sens indéterminé, une cause, un motif, ce qui sert de matière en science à un art, à une science, à un art. C'est pourquoi lorsqu'on traite d'une question spirituelle propre à un environnement particulier, on parle de théologie contextuelle. Et c'est une expression qui est propre à Douglas Hall. Et un théologien, une théologienne est celle qui s'occupe de théologie, donc qui fait les choses divines. C'est pour ça que je disais que ce n'est pas seulement les diplômés, mais toutes les personnes là qui mettent en œuvre des œuvres qui traduisent leur foi. C'est aussi quelqu'un qui écrit sur la théologie. Les figures donc des théologiennes que je me propose de présenter n'ont pas de diplôme. La preuve, c'est qu'elles ne sont pas ici. C'est pourquoi nous avons la conviction que les théologiennes kenyanes prennent une part active, importante dans la promotion de la paix et de la réconciliation, notamment dans les zones qui en ont le plus besoin. On connaît aussi les actions de religieuses publiées par la Fondation Hilton en collaboration avec Vatican News, telle la mission Lare de la congrégation des petites sœurs missionnaires de la charité, dont le charisme est de servir l'homme pour le développement intégral de l'être humain. Et la finalité particulière et spéciale est l'exercice de la charité envers les petits enfants du peuple et les pauvres les plus éloignés de Dieu ou les plus abandonnés. Alors j'en viens au 2.2.2 de la congrégation de la Société de Jésus-Christ à la quasi-congrégation des servants de Jésus, bon pasteur, donc cette congrégation avec qui je suis allée échanger, je suis allée m'entretenir. Partie de la congrégation de la Société de Jésus-Christ fondée par Jeanne Rousset en 1923, à la suite de l'ouverture d'une première école en 1915, qui prit racine dans la spiritualité ignatienne en proposant aux jeunes filles une formation intellectuelle et chrétienne solide, la sœur Marie-Salomé Kembe-Tassi fit le choix de se retirer lors de la fusion de la société avec la compagnie de Marie Notre-Dame en 2004 pour répondre à une intuition qu'elle avait su laisser grandir en elle au contact des enfants de la rue et des prisonniers, en commençant en 2011 avec l'accompagnement de l'archidiocèse de Yaoundé, la fondation d'un institut religieux dénommé Servante de Jésus Bon Pasteur, de spiritualité tout aussi ignatienne, dont la maison mère est basée à Yaoundé, au Cameroun. Le charisme général étant l'attachement au Christ et l'amour des petits, avec un accent mis sur le développement des charismes individuels. 2.2.3 Les œuvres de la congrégation des servants de Jésus Bon Pasteur. Dès l'ouverture de la première maison à Yaoundé, la sœur qui voulait contribuer avec d'autres à mettre au service de leur pays leur savoir-faire respectif commence d'abord par accueillir des religieuses qui quittent leur congrégation pour leur permettre, selon son expression, de poser leurs valises et repartir d'un pied nouveau. Aujourd'hui, les charismes individuels ont explosé. Les servants de Jésus, bon pasteur, avec des moyens vraiment très modestes, réalisent déjà divers objets et œuvres liturgiques et communautaires intégrées, ont ouvert des écoles, des centres de santé et orphelinats basés dans 3 villes du pays. Alors pour terminer, pour conclure, au terme de mon propos, je pense qu'il a été très bref, c'est un appel à l'action. Cet appel à l'action doit consister à soutenir les femmes théologiennes africaines dans leur lutte en faisant connaître leurs initiatives, en les encourageant à se connaître mutuellement, à s'organiser en association et à se faire connaître au travers de salons, de journées portes ouvertes, notamment lors de la célébration de la journée internationale des droits de la femme et par le soutien financier de leurs projets. L'occasion de la rédaction de cet article nous a amené à commencer à mettre sur pied la création légale de l'Association des femmes théologiennes du Cameroun. Et je pense que avec l'approbation, l'adhésion de toutes celles qui sont ici, nous allons repartir en mettant quelque chose sur pied. Je vous remercie de votre grande attention.
Thank you, Ms. Eliane Oyongo, for that powerful presentation. I'm not a French speaker, so some things were passing me, but I'm made to believe she was speaking about transformative businesses that seeks to promote. Sorry? Okay. She was speaking transformative enterprises that seeks to promote peace and reconciliation. She mentioned the work of the Society of Jesus and the work of the servants of Jesus, Good Shepherd, and at last, a call to action, making the work of African theologians known. Once again, we put our hands together for Ms. Eliane. Our next presenter is a religious sister, a member of the Congregation of the Daughters of the Sacred Heart. She gives workshops and seminars to different ecclesial and lectures those in initial formation. She holds a diploma in religious studies in catechesis and pastoral ministry from St. Augustine's Catechetics Training Institute, Nyeri in Kenya. She has a bachelor's degree in theology from Chemichemi ya Usima Institute of Catechetics and Pastoral Ministry. She holds a master's of theology with specialization in pastoral theology from the Catholic University of East Africa. And currently, she's a doctoral student at the same university, specializing in pastoral theology. She's also a part-time lecturer at Chemichemi ya Usima Institute of Catechetics and Pastoral Ministry. Please help me welcome Sister Jane Cairo.
Good morning, everyone. So I take this opportunity to thank all those who have organized for this session. It's a great day, and it has been great for us for gathering all the African religious theologians together. We are grateful for this. So I welcome you for my presentation. The topic is who is missing at the table. We have been talking about those who are missing and the issues of menu. So this is one of those who are missing at the table, the elderly. So the presentation will have 4 parts, and I'm going to use the pastoral cycle method. The insertion, we'll ask ourselves what is happening as far as elderly are concerned. We'll have the social analysis. Why is it happening? What are some of the challenges these men and women are going through? The theological reflection. What is the church saying as far as elderly are concerned? And then we'll have the pastoral recommendation. So how can we work together without our elderly who are missing at the table? Introduction. This paper is trying to respond to the cry of the elderly, whereby in African traditional society, the culture of care was upheld. The elderly were taken care in their homes, their children's home, and in the extended family. They, in return, provided wisdom, blessings, and counseling. The paper argues, where there is no culture of care, there can be no community. For a culture of care to thrive and have strong foundations, it includes ranges of values such as appreciation, respect for elders, hospitality, among others. Pope Francis put it clearly that a society that has no room for the elderly or discards them because they create problems has a deadly virus, and it is torn from its roots. It is a brutal thing, a curse. No one dares to say it openly, but it is done. This is by Pope Francis. Therefore, there is a great need to reawaken the culture of caring in Mount Kenya region for evangelization, for effective evangelization. This is the most concrete way of imitating Jesus as a synodal church. Pope highlighted that a family that fails to respect and cherish its old people who are living memory is already in decline, whereas a family that remembers has a future. Consequently, a society that has no room for the elderly or discards them because they create problems has a deadly virus. Thus, promoting culture of care towards the elderly can be instrumental in fighting the cry of the elderly, thus upholding the love of the neighbor. The background of elderly people in Mount Kenya. This region is known as the home of Gikuyu people, comprising of Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, and Nyandarua. And not all Gikuyu people live in Mount Kenya. They have inhabited in other areas, and also other tribes as well. They have settled in Mount Kenya. And some of the current challenges faced by the old persons are poverty, vulnerability, sexual and physical abuse, hunger, financial constraint, and health care costs, among others. Demographic aging. The Kenya Constitution defines older member of society as anyone aged 60 years and above. This population is growing rapidly, and the statistics indicate that the aging population grew from 1.9 Kenyan shillings in 2019 to 2.7 in 2020. Currently, the population of older persons can be estimated as 60% of the country's total population. According to 2019 National Census report, the population of old persons was 2.7 against a population of 47.5. The census also indicates that majority of Kenyans' older persons are female, 55%, and live in the rural areas. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics states the counties of Murang'a, Nyeri, and Vihiga have the highest number of old people. Then about 60% of the Kenyan older persons are married, and over 1/3 are widowed. We are sad. With such high percentage of old persons in Mount Kenya region, reawakening and embracing back the culture of care will uplift their status. Social and political setup. The elderly were incorporated in the larger extended family, where the grandparents were not living near the homestead. It was the responsibility of their sons and daughters to pay frequent visit and stay with them. The grandchildren could learn a lot as far as clan education was concerned. With such organization set up, it is an indicator that if some of these positive Gikuyu values are revived, they can enhance the culture of care. Economic aspect. The land is the foundation rock on which the Gikuyu tribal economy starts. Subsistence farming in Gikuyu land is very extensive, and it includes raising of crops such as maize, potatoes, among others. The climate of Gikuyu favors livestock farming, both scale and large. The great cows do well, and majority of families own at least 1 or 2 milking cow to supply them with daily milk and sometimes even for sale. Therefore, with such fertile lands, the elderly should not go hungry. Today, global farming and climate change has greatly affected the production of food. The high cost of living has led to individualism and decline of the culture of care, leaving majority of old persons neglected, hungry, and abandoned. Cultural setting, family. From an African perspective, family life plays a central role. Beatty points out, each person in African traditional life lives in or as a part of the family. With the larger extended family, values were instilled to the young ones from the time they were young, such as respect for elders, hospitality, among others. Ekane Duane emphasizes African family was characterized by the prevalence of collectivism as opposed to individuality. In Africa, the centrality, uniqueness, and indispensability of the family in the society was unquestionable. Thus, if these positive African undiluted values can be recovered and adapted, they will enrich families and enhance the culture of care. Roles of the elders in the community. We have the custodian of the culture. The elders were transmitters of culture, guardians of secrets of life, and were regarded as the wise ones. They solved family and land issues, preserved peace, unity, and harmony in the society. They linked between the past, present, and the future of the community. They safeguarded and transmitted the knowledge from one generation to the next, and by doing so, they became knowledge bearers, custodians, teachers of culture and customs. Thus, it was the duty of the elders to foresee that the extended family value system took care of the elderly. Number 2, source of security and defenders of moral fibers. They solved issues of conflict and other disputes, mediated the resolution process both within and with other ethnic groups. They were main agents of moral formation and were of outstanding moral conduct. Today, we find those entrusted with the responsibility of moral formation abusing those entrusted to them. We have had issues of teacher, even molesting the pupils and the students, church leaders, caregivers, among others. Such experiences diminish the respect accorded them. Sad enough, those evildoers sometimes go unpunished in their moral demeanors, thus becoming facilitators of moral decadence. Solidarity and sharing. Solidarity and unity are indispensable traditional African society, aspects that were cemented in an individual from early childhood. Beatty notes, whatever happens to the individual happens to the whole group, and what happens to the whole group happens to the individual. The individual can only say, I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. Therefore, elders were entrusted with the responsibility of protecting and safeguarding solidarity in the society. They emphasized that one be other-oriented before one can be an individual. Bansikiza asserts on a belief that only fools forget where they came from, that is, from their roots. We argue there is need of an inclusive environment where our elderly can be actively involved, their cries heard, and their needs met. Today, there is lack of consistent practice of solidarity, weakening the cohesion, hence leading to the abandonment and the neglect of the elderly. the reality of the elderly challenges and opportunities, abandonment and isolation, the cry of the elderly being neglected, marginalized, living in solitude and disconnected from the very society they helped build has become a pastoral concern. Benson Kamau, a retired primary school teacher, recounts how his children abandoned him. His situation deteriorated when his wife passed on. I quote him, "I feel so bad because I am always sick and the neighbors are the ones who come to my aid. Mr. Cosmas lives alone and has dementia. The neighbors narrated how his grandson took him to collect the money for the elderly by the government, pesa za wazee. Later abandoned him in a banana plantation, went to the village pub and consumed the money. Medically, socially isolated older adults have a 27% higher chance of developing dementia than older adults who are not. Due to isolation and loneliness, the old may end up being sick of high blood pressure. Their immune system becomes weak, among others. Other times, isolation can lead to premature death, anxiety, and even suicide. Elderly women who live alone and isolated are the most abused. They suffer stigmatization, sexual and physical abuse. Mr. Alex, this is mzee wa nyumba kumi, sadly narrated how some of the old persons are insecure. He noted that families could have been the greatest source of support and security towards the elderly, but also, under unfortunate circumstances, the greatest source of harm. Among the Agikuyu, the upbringing of children taking care of the elderly was a corporate responsibility. Thus, if this trend is perpetuated, it will uplift the culture of care. The need of a supportive community, meaning many people can lift a motor. And Nyerere highlighted its significance by affirming that individual took care of the community and the community took care of them. During the formation process, it was initiated that one be other-oriented before one can become an individual. That is why the Agikuyu welcomed and incorporated elderly in their families and in the community. We affirm that family, community, church, and the government are called to work tirelessly to secure the financial well-being and provide the elderly means to life of dignity, free from loneliness, anxiety, hunger, and financial hardships. Disintegration of families. In Africa, family was indispensable social institution meant to serve as the first place of socialization, nurture, and spiritual training for the young people. Unfortunately, today families are disintegrated, and this is evident in Mount Kenya region. And this shows a pastoral concern, and some of the causes are divorce, domestic violence, lack of employment, among others. Elderly brutally caned, neglect, and at PCA home for the aged was the screaming headline. Now the secret from BBC African Eye investigation revealed secret films showing members of physical mistreatment, vulnerable residents, dumping food directly on table without any plate, and leaving medical conditions untreated. This was in the Goto Care for the Aged. The staff was filmed beating or hitting the grandmother, Shosho, on the buttocks with a cane. You are called and you refuse to come. Now, the Shosho is heard responding, "Oh, please forgive me." The staff is heard responding, "Now, we have to cane you." This is among many other cases which are never reported. We have insight from the teachings of the Church, Old Testament and New Testament, on the care for the elderly. The sacred scriptures maintain a very positive vision of the value of life because man remains forever created in the image and the likeness of God. And you can see an example of Abraham, among others. Whatever you do to the least of these ones, you did it to me, from Matthew. So selfishness is condemned, and the Lord urges us to be generous, for it is a cursed thing to act selfishly. And St. James emphasizes more on this. What good it is, my brothers and sisters, if someone claims to have faith, but has no good deeds. Then we have papal teaching, John Paul II. He noted that the commandment, where this commandment of taking care of the elderly is accepted and faithfully observed, there is little danger that old people will be regarded as useless and troublesome burden. This is because where the elderly feel loved, respected, and well taken care of, the burden of age becomes lighter. We have Pope Francis, and for him, our elders are men and women, fathers and mothers who came before us on our own road, in our own house, in our daily battle for our worthy life. They are men and women for whom we have received so much. Therefore, for him, the elder is not an alien. And for Pope Francis continues to say that blessed is the house where an elderly person lives, and blessed is the family that honors the elderly. And he concluded by calling on Synodal Church to take care of the elderly by going to them with a smile on your face and the gospel in your hands. We have the KCCB. On the World Day of Grandparents, the KCCB, under the leadership of His Lordship, he said that this could be a great opportunity for coming together of grandparents, grandchildren, young and old. And this is what we are talking of the Synodal Church. And he noted that in this World Day, the elderly confess to every elderly person that God and the church are close to them. He stressed that life is a gift, and where it is long, it is a privilege for oneself and for others. Recommendation, reawakening of the culture of care. And this can be done through a family setup, for it is the best place for the elder to be taken care by all members of the family. Promotion of dialogue in families. And this we can see among the Agikuyu, where they insisted on culture of dialogue. We have adopting the spirit of solidarity and sharing, remembering that what Biti said, I am because we are. Thus, and among the Agikuyu, we had the motto whereby we used to come together and work together, emphasizing on the issue of solidarity and sharing. Thus, if these positive cultural values are incorporated, they will help in uplifting culture of care, portraying true love of the neighbor. And lastly, we have collaborative ministry. And this calls for a combined effort. Thus, if these families, the community, church, and government come together and pool their abilities, then the needs of the elderly will be met. Conclusion. In African traditional society, old persons were valued, treasured, and respected. They were accommodated in the families, mostly in the extended families. They were a source of blessing. Today, the cry of the elderly being neglected is heard. They are seen as a burden in the society. Therefore, we argue, if these African positive and diluted values can be revisited, rediscovered, and well utilized, they can enhance the culture of care towards the elderly. Thank you.
A society that has no room for the elderly or discards them because they create problems has a deadly virus and they stone from its roots. Thank you, Sister Jenny Kairu. That means in a synodal church, we cannot afford to ignore anyone. Even the voices of the elderly need to be listened to. Thank you so much. Once again, we appreciate Sister Jenny Kairu. That brings us to the end of the first session and we enter into the second session. But before that, I would like to request you to stand where you are, you stretch and take enough sweets. Yes. Okay, let's not go out, please, if not necessary. Let's have the presenters in front. Presenters. Our ushers bring in the sweets. Okay. Our 4 presenters. Well, because of time, no, I did not say we go out. Yeah, I did not say we are supposed to go out. Please, may we be seated? Please, may we be seated? Yeah. Because of time, we are going to have 1 round of questions and answers. Please make your questions short, simple, precise, and that goes to our presenters. Your answers should follow the same. Yeah. So where's the microphone? Microphone. Sister, Peter. Okay. Your questions, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The question is for Sister Yvonne. I'd like to appreciate all the presenters. Even though I don't understand French, at least I was reading a little and trying to get the English version of the French from the presenter who presented in French, but I appreciate. Now, Sister Yvonne, appreciating that I've been listening to the presenters from the first day and you had prepared your work before, but I would just like to understand in the Cameroonian community, if in the peace building missions, whether they use the social cultural structures in the community to help bring back the society to well-being in supporting them. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm permitted to ask a question to Professor Ngalula.
Yeah, yes.
When she was talking about the story of the Samaritan, she mentioned the fact that the sick person did not have a voice. And I want to find out, is it in every situation that a person is expected to have a voice? Because the way I see it, this is somebody who is very vulnerable and somebody is speaking on his behalf. In what situations can we be silent and allow other people to speak on our behalf, believing that they have our interests and that they can really speak on our behalf, and that we can be silent and let them speak on our behalf?
This is not a question. This is just to translate something Liane said during her presentation, because I think it is challenging us to go further. She was commenting at one point and said she thought that she was coming to a conference for women theologians, and she had the feeling that she's in a meeting of major superiors, which means that in a sense, women like her, lay, married, with different experience in the church, we need to expand that network and make it truly synodal. I wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the speakers for their presentations. I think the common thread that I've seen is the issue of social inclusion and how those who've been left out, institutions where people are left out, we tend to have violence and conflict, even in Sister Jane's presentation. But my question to Yvonne and to Betty, peace study students, is to also consider these theories of social inclusion. For the case of Cameroon, whether the systems that have been put in place and looking at the whole colonial history, because we're seeing the same with the tension between border conflicts, Rwanda, DRC, Western Sahara and Algeria, Bakassi Island in the past with Nigeria and Kenya, Somalia, Somaliland, the whole colonial legacy that continues to impact the structures of conflict in Africa today. And we've seen West Africa also revolting against the domination of the French. And whether this conversation needs to be brought at the table, and even some of the ethnic conflicts you are referring to, Betty, some of which were also well designed from the colonial period, and whether that analysis will be helpful for Cameroon in helping us get to the table and discuss and see what actually went wrong that we can correct today, or for the case of Kenya, what actually went wrong that we can correct today. Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you for the presentations. My question has to do with giving voice to the voiceless, which translate that listening you emphasize. How do you think institutions can really have that active listening? Because individuals can probably try, but institutions, as Yvonne mentioned, they have all kinds of processes, sometimes a lot of bureaucracy, sometimes they are defending their own interest. So how do you think they should really be active listeners? Thank you.
Let's have our presenters responding to those questions. Who was first?
I want to go first. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Elias. It was a bit challenging presenting my paper in front of my lecturer. So thank you for that. He has taught us well and he's given us a good basis so we can talk about it. Actually, simply because of time, I had factored in the colonial effect in my background. So when we share out the papers, you'll find it. As I was thinking through for a long time, and it's a conversation that has been going on, that elections is just an outlet, but it's not the real cause of the violence. And I think it was in one of the sessions that we talked of decolonizing the mind, neocolonialism. We need to awaken the consciousness of Africans, which is already happening. Most of our conflicts, you look at West Africa, we are very rich. I don't know if it's, I could massacre that, but I think it's something to do with rich, resource scarce, or we are very rich in resources. If you look at the Congo, you look at Central Africa, where there are conflicts, you can almost smell post-colonialism there. You can almost smell other actors besides the people living there. There are many other hands. So if we look at it with bare eyes, like what we've been looking at our issues as women, we can be able to solve them from that perspective. I believe Congolese are peaceful, but for them to resolve their issues, we have to go beyond that. And we have to look at who are these other actors and what are these colonial legacies that continue to impact conflict in Africa today. We are rich as Africans. Our current president, when he got in, he talked about tea in Kenya. Where I come from, we grow tea. Our tea can be consumed in Africa. And he made a joke of Nigeria, that there are very many people who consume tea in Nigeria. It doesn't have to go to Britain. But that brings us to what my lecturer says, theories of social inclusion. It's really important to have social inclusion and to look back and deal with the root causes. We in one of the ways we look at the root causes of conflict is the onion theory. Women, we all use onion in the kitchen. You peel the onion up to the inside part. It's not the top part only. So when we get to that bit, and I believe as Africans, our consciousness is being awakened. With the current coups going on, we know that it is beyond me and you fighting. In this room, if we don't say where we are, where we come from, we all look alike. So we don't need to fight, and we really need to have social inclusion and still still address the colonial legacy issues by awakening our consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elias. In connection to the colonial history of Cameroon, we still suffer the effects of the Westphalian system that has contributed a lot to the state, the formation of states. That is one of the root causes of what we are undergoing now, because the fraction in Cameroon is caused by the fact that there was formation of states. The colonial history brings in the separation, and was still the multiple colonial masters the Cameroonians had. We had the German, the French, and the British. Makes it worse for us. So this colonial history contributed a lot to the crisis we are going through. It is a fact. We have traced the root cause to the fact that there were multiple. Secondly, they divided the country into two. And this has caused a lot of problem for us. So we know that the root cause of the problem is the formation of states from the Westphalian system in 1884. That is the root cause. But how do we handle this at the present moment? Yes, we are talking about decolonizing our minds. We are living in an era of neo-colonialism. They are still present. So how we are talking about a president in our present country that is very French-oriented. How can you fight against a regime or bring peace in a regime where that is still attached to neo-colonial attitudes? So it is quite challenging, but we have seen that this is our root cause. We'll continue to struggle to decolonize the minds of the people to see how we can forge through, seeing that the root cause comes from the formation of states from the Westphalian system. I don't know whether I answered your question. The second question comes from Alice. Alice is asking whether we are making use of the social and the economic systems of peace building. Yes, of course. Remember in my presentation, I said the government finds this problem as an internal problem. We have situations where you have peace building initiatives coming up and they are watered down. I'll give you an example. Lisa was asking me, what is the liaison between the government and the people, since the government does not want to collaborate, dialogue with the people properly? I told her that the church has a faith dimension to the peace building process, but they were shut down in the process of dialogue. They were asked not to come together. They banned all the groups to come together. So those systems, because of the government approach to the peace building process, which I don't think is actually a process, makes it quite difficult for those social structures and economic structures to help build the peace, help contribute to the peace process. Thank you.
Merci. Je voudrais, parce que quand on parle du Cameroun, Allô, je sais que la question ne m'a pas... D'accord, ok, merci. La question ne m'a pas été adressée, mais je suis camerounaise. Et quand on parle du Cameroun, je suis concernée. Je suis fonctionnaire de l'État camerounais. C'est ma 28e année en tant que fonctionnaire. Donc, je suis cadre de l'administration camerounaise. Et quand j'ai fait le concours pour devenir fonctionnaire de l'État, je me suis rendu compte d'une organisation politique que je ne pouvais pas savoir avant. C'est que nous avons 10 régions. Et dans ces 10 régions, il y a 2 régions anglophones. Donc, majoritairement, le Cameroun est francophone. Et automatiquement, dans tous les concours qui sont faits, il y a, je dirais, c'est un peu comme 50% anglophones, 50% francophones. C'est-à-dire que lorsqu'il faut répartir, que vous ayez la compétence ou pas, les anglophones doivent avoir une place. C'est comme ça que cela se fait. Quand j'ai fait le concours, c'était comme ça. On prenait, s'il fallait 10 personnes, parce que moi, quand je fais mon concours, c'était 10 personnes. Il fallait une personne du nord-ouest, une personne du sud-ouest. C'était automatique. Que vous ayez les notes qui correspondent ou pas, vous devez réussir parce que dans les personnes qui se présentent pour faire le concours, parce qu'il fallait toujours régler comment je vais dire, ce bilinguisme-là, de cette manière pacifique, de cette manière inclusive, parce que j'ai entendu inclusion, j'ai entendu comment est-ce qu'on peut, s'il y avait une voix pour s'élever. J'ai entendu depuis 2 jours beaucoup de beaux discours. On a pointé du doigt, on a dénoncé, les violences, les abus, mais par expérience. Je suis dans la spiritualité ignatienne aussi, c'est ma 25e année. J'anime, j'accompagne des personnes dans la vie, dans les retraites, dans la vie courante. J'entends les gens parler, donc j'écoute au quotidien. Et ce que je sais, c'est que le changement est dans l'action. C'est pour ça que dans ma conclusion, j'appelais à l'action. C'est quand on s'organise, quand on se met ensemble, on peut, comment je dirais ça, on peut penser ensemble. Chacun va dire, je pense comme ça, je veux ceci, je veux cela. Voilà comment on peut faire. Et ensemble, on fait ensemble, on construit ensemble. Je sais que dans la spiritualité ignatienne, on ne prend pas de décision quand on est dans la désolation. Alors, quand il y a le conflit de Boko Haram, récemment, parce que je suis dans le groupe ignatien de Yaoundé, où je forme des personnes à l'accompagnement au discernement. Et il y a des personnes qui doivent partir de la zone anglophone qui, ces derniers temps, je crois que c'est au mois de décembre, il y a eu souci. On a restreint la circulation. Alors, quand les gens devaient partir de la zone, il y a une qui faisait la formation, qui en janvier devait venir faire la formation. Et puis après, nous avons eu la pause. Et après, elle me raconte comment les circonstances dans lesquelles elle est arrivée là en formation. Et je me suis dit, il faut partager cela parce que quand on est à Yaoundé ou bien dans d'autres régions qui ne sont pas touchées, on ne sait pas quelle est la réalité à l'intérieur. Et pour moi, je pense que si nous sommes organisés, nous sommes en association, on pourra dire que voilà ce qu'il faut, voilà, comment je dirais, voilà ce qu'on peut mettre ensemble. Mais si on part de, comment je vais appeler ça, d'un regard unilatéral, je pense qu'on ne peut pas arriver. Je me rappelle le cardinal Christian Toumi, de regretter mémoire, a essayé au niveau de l'Église de faire quelque chose pour amener la paix. Mais ce qui s'est passé, ça a été quelque chose de triste, on l'a enlevé. Donc, on l'a gardé, il a fallu négocier. Et pour moi, je dis, c'est quelque chose de difficile. Parfois, on passe par quelque chose de douloureux. Et tant que c'est douloureux, je pense qu'on n'a pas les mots, ce n'est pas aussi simple. C'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas une question de est-ce qu'on a pris les autres en considération, est-ce qu'on n'a pas pris les autres en considération. Je pense que dès le moment que le Cameroun est devenu uni, on n'a pas voulu, c'est comme dans nos familles. J'ai écouté la sœur, je sais depuis le moment où le conflit a éclaté. Mais je pense que aucun Camerounais n'a voulu que ça arrive là où c'est là. Et je pense que ce que la partie anglophone a demandé, ce n'était pas ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, parce que c'est eux qui sont en danger. Parce que quand la sœur venait, elle disait les chemins par lesquels elle est passée, il a fallu que dans l'activité pastorale, elle puisse se déplacer. Et il y avait un père qui devait se déplacer et il a dû se déplacer. Il a dû négocier avec les ambazoniens pour passer. Alors elle disait, elle ne savait pas comment est-ce qu'elle allait repartir. Est-ce qu'elle allait repartir normalement ou pas? Donc, pour moi, je pense que c'est quelque chose, c'est pour ça que je demande, je demande ici que je suis arrivée, j'ai entendu le Nigeria, et puis j'ai lu dans une qui avait aussi certainement le Ghana, où il y a réellement une association des théologiennes africaines, donc des théologiennes nationales. Donc, je pense que au niveau de ces associations, on pourrait vraiment réfléchir quels sont les moyens qu'on peut mettre en œuvre pour pouvoir trouver les problèmes qui se posent. Parce que je pense que ce n'est pas aussi simple. C'est douloureux. Chaque jour, nous pleurons, nous perdons nos frères, nos sœurs. Et ce n'est pas simple. Il y a des gens qui disent, en tout cas, les rapports sont controversés. Qu'est-ce qu'on va pouvoir garder? Moi, ce que je sais, c'est que tant que je suis troublée, tant que quelque chose me trouble, je n'ai rien à dire. Parce que si je dis quelque chose, je veux dire ce que l'esprit, le malin me suggère, mais pas ce que l'esprit de Dieu me suggère. Et c'est pour ça que je pense que nous organiser en association de théologiennes nationales est impératif, est important. Et pour que dans ces associations nationales, nous formions une conférence des associations nationales. Je souhaite que, au sortir de cette conférence, que ce soit vraiment... oui, merci.
Okay.
Now, allow me to.
Let her translate in summary. No, okay. You can respond. Sister Jacob, you can respond.
Yeah, mine, I wants to contribute on the issue of somebody who has talked about the issue of giving voice to the voiceless, the issue of advocacy. And for the past, like 2 days, we have been talking about of those who are missing at the table, the elderly, the women, among many others, and also the issue of peace building. And something which has been coming up every now and then is the issue of listening. Because if you fail to listen to these who are missing at the table, then how can we work, how can we understand them? And how can we work with them in order for us to be their voice in the society? And as African women theologians, we are here, and I feel that is a challenge for each one of us. The aspect of listening to these people, understanding them, so that we can be able to accompany them and work with them. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a question directed to Professor, so I would give her 2 minutes to respond to Mirabel.
Yes, thank you, Mirabel. It is true that not in all the situation people can speak. For example, a person in coma situation will not speak. But in medical, the mates, those who are surgery or medicine, they say that even a person in coma, you can ask him or her to react. The person will not speak, but we can react with fingers to say that it is very important always to have the reflex to behave with persons as intellectors. Well, in the gospel, it's a parable, so it's a parable. But I noticed that in the parable, it was not the place of interlocutor is not noticed. But in everyday life, it is important to behave with persons as persons. Maybe they can't speak with words, but they can react and express their point of view in other manners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I think time is over. We are not going to take another round of questions. I want to thank Professor for his presentation. Thank our presenters for the wonderful work. Thank you so much. And now it is time for break. So we'll take a break from 11:10 to 11:30. Then we'll come back here. The tea is served at the students' common. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Jerry with a round of applause as she comes down to give her speech.
Good morning, my dear brothers and sisters. Greetings from the Catholic Sisters Initiative at the Conrad and Hilton Foundation, Los Angeles. I'm Sister Agnes Njeri, a sister of St. Joseph. I serve as the program officers for the Catholic Sisters Initiative, representing Africa. I'm here today representing the Sisters Initiative, and in particular, Sister Jane of God in their lives. Acknowledging the expressed need for basic theology among sisters for spiritual deepening and service, we understand the challenges posed by costs and ministerial demands, hindering on-site studies. In collaboration with numerous universities, including a partnership with Hekima College, we facilitate theology studies, allowing Catholic sisters to obtain certificates. Our gratitude extends to Hekima College and other partners across 20 African countries, implementing diverse programs that support theological and ongoing formation for sisters. Since the inception of the Hekima University College program, 226 sisters have graduated, and over 20,000 sisters pursuing various educational disciplines have graduated across 25 countries, spanning 15 colleges and universities. Thirdly, I underscore the significance of theology for women. Historical accounts reveal that women played pivotal roles in theology, with spaces available for their contributions in the medieval Western Church. Notably, women like Hildegard of Bingen, recognized for liturgical compositions rooted the theological teachings, authored 3 volumes of mystical theology. Remarkably, it took until 2012 for Pope Benedict to declare Hildegard Doctor of the Church. Another influential figure, Catherine of Siena, a devoted mystic, penned the Dialogue of Divine Providence, using her mystical visions as a platform for intricate theology, meditations on God's nature. Julian of Norwich, yet another woman, left a lasting impact with her revelation of divine love, a significant mystical text from the late Middle Ages. Julian's writings delved into the gravity of human sin and the miracle of divine love, demonstrating that even when excluded from formal education, women could contribute significantly to our understanding of God. It is imperative for Catholic sisters to learn about these remarkable women, emulate their examples, and provide their own theological reflections for the enrichment of the Church, particularly with the African context. In conclusion, I affirm the undeniable truth that women, including those present in this conference, play a pivotal role, and their distinctive feminine approach to theologizing deserves recognition, acknowledgement, and appreciation. Women, akin to Mary, operate from the heart, possessing a unique ability to listen and interpret both voice and silence. Pope Francis, in advocating for the inclusion for women, aptly said, "Women have a different capacity for theological reflection than we do men." This call invites us to embrace complementarity, dialogue, and a culture of transformation in the spirit of synodality. I encourage you to embrace and continue an interdisciplinary approach to theology, addressing issues impacting Africa and its women. Whether practical or pastoral theology, the goal is to solve, advise, and guide on concrete topics by understanding their dynamics, such as domestic violence, cultural practices, medicine, and spirituality. Consider, for instance, the theological reflection and guidance on the medical utilization of the HPV vaccine. I recently consulted a theologian to explore this topic and determine the guidance for healthcare workers and sisters working in healthcare settings. From an evangelization perspective, such topics call for theological reflection as they impact the human person, wellness, and spirituality. Pope Francis called for evangelizing theology that promotes dialogue with the world of culture is crucial. It serves as an essential pathway toward a synodal way of life, a perspective we all should adopt. This includes advocating for more women in theology and the development of a theology that effectively responds to the tangible issues impacting our society. I look forward to continued partnership and engagement in whichever way advances African women in theology. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Sister Agnes Njeri. And I'm certain in his closing remarks this evening, the principal is going to convey his gratitude for the support of the Hilton Foundation to Hekima. Our next speaker will be Sister Brigitta Samba. She is the Secretary General of the Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern Africa. Join me in welcoming Sister Brigitta to the podium.
Bonjour. Comment ça va? Good morning, everyone. You know, I have been sitting here for the last 2 days, and when you are in the midst of these intellectuals, theologians, and you listen to what they are talking about, and when you have to talk after they have already talked, you feel, that is how I'm feeling this morning. However, because it's in the spirit of synodality, and we are talking about communion, participation, and mission, and in this conference, we've been talking a lot about listening. My sitting there was not just sitting, I was listening, and listening not only with my ears, but also with my heart, with my mind, and even with my arms. And I was asking myself many questions, and especially looking at all the women religious represented here who are women theologians. I didn't know there were so many, but it was a surprise for me. And representing this region of ours, Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern and Central Africa, that is ACWECA, allow me to convey the greetings of the sisters in this region, and to thank the organizers of this conference for ensuring they bring on board everyone, women theologians. Because as we talk about synodality and looking at the people not on the table, whose voice is missing, many times it's the youth, it's the women, and women religious. Yet we have so many of them in the region, in Africa. And I was very happy this morning to follow the presentation of Professor Jose, and to know that we have in our midst representatives of the African Church who participated at the Synod in Rome. In the name of Professor Jose and Nora, is there any other here that I didn't mention, but at least I know those two we have here. And so please, let's give them a clap. And this gives us a lot of hope, and especially us in Eastern and Central Africa. Allow me to just say what ACWECA is. I've already said it's an Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern and Central Africa. It's a conglomeration of 10 national associations or conferences. Those who come from Kenya, you know we have AOSK, Association of Sisterhoods in Kenya. That's a member of ACWECA. Those from Zambia, Zambia Association of Sisters are members. I think we have someone from Eritrea, Association of Consecrated Women in Eritrea, and the other countries are Malawi, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and who have I forgotten? Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe is an associate member of ACWECA, because by the time they became associate members, there was no equivalent of the regional conference in the southern part of Africa. And so we pride ourselves to have a strong membership of 10 countries, but a population of over 30,000 sisters. And this means a lot when I see women religious theologians, because what does this mean to the region and to the church in Africa? So as Akweka, vision is having empowered, consecrated women for deeper evangelization, because we know that is our what? Our mission. The mission is to share the resources that are available in the region to ensure that the women, the religious in this region are able to move towards that vision of having empowered, consecrated women. And so we are led by three pillars in everything that we do. And the first one is the formation, enhanced formation of religious women in the region. Because we cannot have strong institutions at the regional level, neither at the national level, if we do not have strong formation. And so our formation begins with our young people, the young girls, when they come to the to join our congregations. And I am happy to know that all these women theologians have been formed. They have this kind of formation, but where and when do they begin the formation? We need to start from the formation houses. So we look at formation at all levels, from the initial ongoing to our elders, because this morning I had something that wasn't very good about how we treat the elders. The second one is about leadership. When we talk about institutions, we have to think about leadership, and we cannot talk about leadership at the regional level if our national associations are not strong. And we cannot talk about strong national associations if our congregations are struggling. Again, it goes back to formation. We have to form the members, because these are the people who will lead these congregations and the institutions that are run by the sisters. Otherwise, we will always be in the peripheries. And yet, we have given our lives to be able to speak and give a voice to the people of God in the region. The third one is about strengthened capacity of the institutions that we run to actually implement what we say we are out there to implement. So listening to the women theologians these past two days, the first day I was very touched by Professor Teresa, when she said, listening happens, and God kind of deliberately ensured everything. They said we use how many ears? 2 legs. And so synodality began even with creation. Looking at the natural world, there is a lot of synodality that happens, but we need to listen to that spirit for us to be able to actually bring the knowledge, the wealth that we have as women theologians to the people of God. Otherwise, at the end of this beautiful conference, we may have a beautiful document that will lie in the libraries, and it will reach no one. So that is the challenge that we have. Allow me to borrow from, again, Sister Henrietta yesterday. We shouldn't walk alone as women theologians. We need to, and that's why I really thank Hekima University College for ensuring they bring us together. We need to work together in this synodal process. And as Akweka, we have been working together with other people, and we need to ensure that we bring everybody on board. Just like if Luke did not accompany Paul, would we have what we have today in the Pauline writings? No, we wouldn't have them. So let's bring everybody on board, our journalists, especially in future, Hekima University, when you organize, bring the journalists on board so that they can spread this gospel. So we have to understand that this church has to be built by you and me, and may God really continue blessing you all, and ensure, let's carry this message to the people of God wherever we are, and continue living and building the synodal church that Pope Francis is calling us to. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Brigitta. Now our third brief address will be from our mamas. We have listened to consecrated women, now we'll listen to our mamas. The Catholic Women Association, represented here by Mrs. Anne Musime. Please join me in welcoming her. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour. It is a delightful moment for me to stand before you. My name is Anne Musimi. I'm a lay leader in the Catholic Church. I'm the outgoing chairperson of the Catholic Women Association here in Kenya. And thank you for the invitation to join these intellectuals, as Sister said, and the learned, and especially the sisters, the religious. I am so proud of you. I was just talking to someone outside here, and I said, I didn't realize that the support is so immense for our religious sisters to pursue further education so that they can impart the society with the knowledge. Before I talk about CWA, I would pose a challenge. As intellectuals, we, the lay leaders, or the women, the laity out there, are waiting for you to use us, to make use of us in every aspect, so that we can work together, collaborate in the ministry for the mission ahead of us. In the synod spirit, we are going to work together. If only that you don't enclose yourself in your congregations, in institutions. Kindly, once you get the knowledge, come out there, reach out to us. We will be able to give you platforms where we can work together for the mission of Christ here on earth. The Catholic Women Association is an organization in the Catholic Church of women, lay women, who are ready to empower the women socially, morally, spiritually, and for the common good of evangelization. For the last 5 years, I have been a leader. I have worked with religious men and women. I have worked with also our priests. And the last one I was is when I went to Ethiopia for the synod. Honestly, it was an eye-opening. The cry of the woman in Africa is a challenge that is posed on every one of us. I was not able to be with you for the last 2 days, but since I came in the morning, I was like, oh my God, I wish I would have found time to be with you the last 2 days. But whatever I have achieved today from the speakers who spoke today is already enough, and has set me on pace to ask myself, what is it that I can do more than I've been doing to bring change to where I am, to the people that I meet, and to that silent woman. The Catholic Women Association is affiliated to the World Union of Catholic Women Organization, which started a project under my watch here in Kenya, the World Women Observatory, or the project that is aiming at putting the invisible woman visible, or being the voice of the voiceless. We have so many women who are suffering in the society, not only in Kenya, but all over the world. They are looking out for someone to air their views, air their grievances, and come to their aid. And that is where you all fit in. We might not be privileged to have the education or even the knowledge that you have, but we can do wonders when you use us. It is a great opportunity to stand here before you. Though I am not now the leader of the Catholic women here in Kenya, but your message will be taken personally by me to the president now of the Catholic women. And I will also share contacts where possible that we can work together with the women. I know some of you have projects which are running, especially the peacekeepers, the Catholic Justice and Peace Commission, the Commission for Interreligious Dialogue, Ecumenism, and also in pastoral. But you need to spread your wings further. I still also want to thank the Hilton Foundation for the scholarships and for the support that they are giving to the religious women. And I want to thank Hekima University for opening the doors so that even the lay like us can be able to learn. And it is a dream that I've always had when I was a leader. I used to ask myself, how can the lay leaders be supported, even if not whole, partially, to acquire the knowledge that is expected of them to be able to lead? Because even where you come from, it is hard to get a PhD lady who is a leader in the church, is it? Do we have? Why? Because they do not have time. But some of the lay leaders who are chosen in the church, they devote their life, they sacrifice amidst their roles in their work, the family, the society, and now to serve the church. So you can imagine the burden that woman is carrying. At times, you don't even find time to attend classes. But if we open out for online classes, we will be able to accommodate these women who still bear the burden of that silent in the morning. Although I was not there partly for the reflection, but I got it and I heard it somewhere else, where you talk of that silent person who could not speak. We are that person. We can speak in so many ways, but we are gagged by our cultures, by the masculinity, by the femininity, thinking that we cannot speak for ourselves. We also need to stand out tall. All we need is not mercy, but we need to be shown the way that we can stand tall. Sometimes when we talk in our governments of the third gender rule, I say it does not apply to the women only. It should also apply to the men. So for the women in here, stand up tall to be counted and look out for the women out there who are ready to work with you, to work with you. I also thank you for also supporting the young religious ladies here, sisters. I can see so many of them. And these are the leaders of tomorrow who will spearhead the work you started. Let us not stop there. Let us continue doing the work of God. And through the heart of Mary, we are going to do wonders, transform the world in listening. When I took women to Rome last year in May, when we met Pope Francis, one thing he asked was, and they all went silent, what would the world be if there were no women? And he said, go back to Genesis, in the beginning, how Adam was. But when a woman came into his life, the smile was, wow. That is all we want to hear in the world. Not to look at men as a strong gender or women as the weak gender, but we complement one another for the better of the mission here on earth. Synodically, we walk together. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Anne Musime. Before we go out for mass, the lost and found. So if this is your scarf, come for it. If not, it will be a good accessory for, for my shirt. So thank you very much. Information about how the rest of the day is going to go is going to be given at mass just before the final blessing. So thank you. When you go out, it will not be difficult to find a chapel. Wherever you see a very big cross on top, and if you have difficulties, someone can show you. Thank you.
It's on. Hello, hello. Please, you can leave your luggages here. Someone will take care of. Thank you.
Someone will take
It was nice, but I forgot to record. I wanted to record you, but I forgot. Next time.
Let's move for mass, please. Let's move for mass, please.
Hello, anyone on the other end? Technician, their online attendance, please. Hello. Hello.
Yes,
I
yes.
wanted to ask, are you going to be live for Holy Mass?
Where is Beata? Beata, yes.
Are you going to be live for Holy Mass?
Huh? We are going to the
I wanted
chapel for mass.
Are you going to be online? Some of us are attending online, please.
Going to be here to take care of.
Sorry, sister. Is it going to be live online?
No, not